a picture-perfect night in downtown Cleveland as the Indians wrap up this homestand and say goodbye to the New York Yankees. It's the finale in this four-game series between the Tribe and the Bronx Bombers. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. So far in this series, New York's bats were pretty quiet until last night. But the bats are never quiet as long as Robinson Cano is swinging in that Yankee lineup. And, Rick, what makes him so impressive is that he's been a better second-half hitter in his career than he has been before the All-Star break.
Well, the one thing and one reason why he's a high-average hitter is because he uses the whole field. If you pitch him inside, he'll turn on the ball. He can do it with power. If you pitch him away, he'll go to left field, and he can drive the ball like not a lot of left-handers can. Out of his 19 home runs, 10 of them have come off left-handed pitching. You can see 69 RBIs. This guy is one of the better players in the American League. And Tuesday night, he stopped an 81-game errorless streak at second base.
Yeah, that's right. On the hill for the Tribe tonight, you've got Mitch Talbot. He's winless so far in the month of July, even though he's pitched pretty well.
Well, Mitch Talbot, he pitched well in his first start against the Yankees, although the bullpen gave it up. He gave up 3 runs, but actually only 2 of them. He's going to come back looking for win number 9. Still, 8 wins for a rookie is a lot. He'll be going up against Dustin Mosley, making his first start this year for the Yankees. He has appeared in 4 games.
A win tonight gives the Indians a split in this 4-game series with the Yankees, and we've got all the play-by-play action coming up next. We are beautiful in downtown Cleveland tonight for the last game of this 4-game series and the final meeting of the year between the Indians and the New York Yankees. Tribe takes the field behind Mitch Talbot, looking for his 9th win of the year. And let's have a look at Joe Girardi's starting lineup, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Experience truly great engineering today at your authorized dealer. Derek Jeter, Curtis Granderson, and Mark Teixeira at the top. Alex Rodriguez, Robinson Cano, and Nick Swisher in the middle. Brett Gardner, Francisco Cervelli, and Colin Curtis round it out.
Tonight's starting pitcher brought to you by the South Park Indians team shop that is in Strongsville. It'll be Mitch Talbot on the mound, making his 20th start this year. Mitch is 8-9, 408 earned run average. And Mitch is, in his last 4 starts, 0-3 and a 4.98 ERA. He started out in his last start. It was a very good one against Tampa Bay early. He had 6 straight strikeouts between the second and the third innings. He had a career-high 8 strikeouts, but he went on and gave up a 3-run home run to Ben Zobrist with 2 out and nobody on, and then Pena got him with a solo shot in the 4th, and that ended up costing him the ball game. Let's check out the defensive lineup. Take a look at the Taco Bell Indians defensive lineup. In the outfield, Kearns, Crow, and Chu. It'll be Nix, Cabrera, Valbuena, Laporta on the infield. Santana is behind the plate. And when you're making a choice for late night, Taco Bell is the late night place to be.
Umpires tonight, Jerry Meals calling the balls and strikes. Mark Wegner at first, Dan Isanya at second, and the crew chief, Dale Scott, down at third. Derek Jeter, 2 for 13 in the series. In fact, only one Yankee in the lineup has more than 3 hits in the series, and that's Curtis Granderson, who's gone 4 for 10. And Jeter takes the first pitch strike. And part of that is the fact that the Indians' starting pitchers and the staff overall has just done a very good job over their last 17 home games. The pitching staff has a combined ERA of 2.40, and that's even after the clunker that Fausto Carmona had last night.
Well, that's true. When you look at the first 2 games, when you had Westbrook and Tomlin, first time through the lineup, Yankees were 0 for 18. They retired him in order the first 3 innings.
In off the plate.
Remember how sharp Mitch Talbot was in his last start against Tampa. He came out and he was throwing strikes right from the get-go, and he had all 3 pitches working.
Jeter shatters the bat, flares it to right. Chu coming hard, goes sliding down and make the grab for out number 1. Chu made a nice play on a ball that didn't have much carry to it once that bat sawed in half.
You're right. That ball off the end of the bat, and you can see the barrel head flying. Chu coming into the sunlight, going to make the catch. Don't know if he had to slide on that one, but he makes a catch.
Curtis Granderson takes a strike. And Mitch Talbot fires outside to even the count at 1-1.
Well, with the 4 hits that Granderson has, gets him promoted up to the 2nd spot in the lineup where Swisher was the first 3 games.
Well, this will be something I'll be looking for tonight. Left-handed batters hitting just .225 against Mitch Talbot.
Right.
And the Yankees have 6 left-handed bats in the lineup tonight.
Well, they better stay on that changeup because that's the pitch that really neutralizes the lefties.
Found, and Nix ran out of real estate.
You got to be careful going that way. And for Mitch to be successful, to set that changeup up away, he has to pitch inside. So that fastball sets up that changeup away. So he's going to have to pitch the left-handers inside. At least get him looking in there.
Now Talbot with the 1-2.
There you
Struck
go.
him out looking. Painted the inside corner. 2 down. Talbot gets his first strikeout.
Beautiful pitch. That's the one he's going to have to use to the left-handers. And when he can hit in there with his fastball, if he's throwing it for strikes, that's where you'll see Mitch get his strikeout. Had a little comeback to it. Right on the inside corner. Perfect pitch.
Mark Teixeira looks at a strike. He's 2 for 11. Both hits coming in last night's ball game. The 0-1 glanced off the bat. Indians have the 3-man shift on the right side of the infield. In fact, interesting here what they do is they flip Jason Nix, the third baseman, all the way over to the right side of second base, leave Asdrubal Cabrera on the left side of the infield by himself. The 0-2 off the end of the bat, weakly hit to center. Crow is there. And a 1-2-3 first for Mitch Talbot and the Tribe. Dustin Mosley on the hill for the Yankees. He'll face the Indians bats when we come back. The Tribe starting lineup presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Trevor Crowe leading it off, 3 hits in last night's ball game, followed by Asdrubal Cabrera and Shin-Soo Choo. Carlos Santana, Austin Kearns, and Matt Laporta, followed by Jason Nix, Shelley Duncan, and Luis Valbuena.
Dustin Mosley making the start for the Yankees tonight. This is his first start for them. He has appeared in 4 games after getting called up. He will have around 100 pitches to work with. He came out of the bullpen and pitched 4 1/3 innings in relief, 4 2/3 innings against Kansas City on the 24th, which was the longest relief appearance by a Yankee this year. So they moved him into the rotation. He will get the start. He's 3-0 in his career against the Indians.
And Trevor Crowe looks at a first pitch strike. In 4 major league seasons with the Angels, Mosley made 23 starts, pitched in 64 games.
He has 8 career wins. 3 of them have come against the Tribe.
Think about that. 8-7, 5.41 career ERA.
Signed by the Yankees February 16th this year.
Mosley's 0-2 pitch. And Crowe hammers it to right field. This is beyond the reach of Curtis, who plays it off the wall, bobbled it momentarily, but no chance to get Crowe, who's into second with a leadoff double. And Trevor Crowe now with 4 hits in the series, all of them coming now in the last 2 games.
Looked like a fastball inside. Well, it's an 85-mile-an-hour. I don't know if that was a fastball, changeup, or what, but it was right there, and Crowe turned on it. You can see it short hop the wall by the time Curtis can get to it. Trevor goes into second base, his 14th double. Good start for the Indians.
That'll bring up Asdrubal Cabrera. Tried to bunt it with him, tried to take it with him, I should say, but fouled it straight back. Not a bad idea. 7 hits in 31 at-bats for Cabrera since coming back off the disabled list. And you see there that streak for the Indians. That's the longest in the major leagues. 51 consecutive games with an extra base hit.
They did have a 69-game streak back in 2008.
Yeah, so I read that earlier. Key for the Indians is scoring runs, period. And that's not a news flash. I realize that. But I thought this was interesting. When they score 5 or more, they're 28-7.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been inconsistent. 48 times this year, it's been 3 or less. That's why that's almost half the time. This is game, number 102?
Been shut out 9 times, most in the American League. But with young hitters and young lineups, you get inconsistency. Cabrera now trying to at least move Crowe over to third. Pulls it past Sandy Alomar, Indians' first base coach.
Well, the one thing about Mosley, he had Crowe down in the count 0-2, and Crowe got the double. He had Cabrera down 0-2. He's thrown 6 of 7 strikes.
Mosley ready with a 1-2. Slashing it out of play. Cabrera stays alive. With the trading deadline fast approaching, lots of talk, lots of speculation as to who's going to do what. Certainly the Philadelphia Phillies made quite a splash today, acquiring Roy Oswalt from the Houston Astros in exchange for Jay Happ and a couple of prospects.
Well, they've won 7 straight. They've been hot.
The 1-2. And again, Asdrubal fights it off. Well, the Yankees felt like they had a deal done for Cliff Lee, couldn't quite seal it, and Cliff Lee got away. But there has been a lot of speculation that the Yankees are still looking for an arm, another pitcher.
Well, the rich get richer.
Well,
you know, he got away for these 2 months. We'll see if he gets away this offseason.
Here's the 1-2. Cabrera just
he's
fights it
battling,
off.
boy. I mean, he's continuing to foul pitch off. He's shown his assortment already to Cabrera, and he just continues to battle. Only 1 ball so far out of 10 pitches.
Leadoff double by Trevor Crowe has him in scoring position here in the first. Mosley's 1-2. Hit him. Just did graze his arm. Up near the shoulder, Francisco Cervelli asking home plate umpire Jerry Meals. And it did, you could almost hear it even on our field microphone.
It looks like it just got the jersey. It did. It just barely tipped the jersey. See that? And he was all over it. He got it quickly. Cabrera reacted quickly. So he does a job. Get on first base.
2 on, nobody out, and Shin-Soo Choo, 5 for 11 in the series. And a first pitch strike. Since coming off the disabled list July 23rd, Choo 10 for 22.
Yeah, that's one time it didn't take him long at all. He just came right back like he's never missed a day.
The 0-1 lays off, evens the count, of ball and a strike. A lot of day baseball today. Tampa Bay completed a 4-game sweep of the Detroit Tigers. So Tampa still, well, they're now just a game and a half in back of the Yankees. 2 games in back of the loss column. And the Yankees will go to Tampa. Bouncer to third, Rodriguez. His only play will be to tag Trevor Crowe.
Okay.
They'll get the first out of the inning. Indians at first and second with 1 out now.
Let's check out the Yankees defense, brought to you by Huntington Bank. It's Gardner in left, Granderson in center, Curtis is in right. It'll be A-Rod at third, Jeter at short, Cano at second, Teixeira at first. Behind the plate will be Cervelli again tonight.
And Carlos Santana steps in with 2 aboard and 1 out here in the first. Carlos trying to put the Tribe on top here early tonight. Now low for ball 1. Missed again. 2-0. He's throwing a lot of strikes, but he's also throwing a lot of pitches here. 2 on with 1 out. It's number 17 coming up for Dustin Mosley here. Behind Santana, 2-0. Light breeze blowing in from center field tonight. That's too low. 3 balls and no strikes. Right-handed hitting Austin Kearns waits on deck. And he walked him on 4 straight. So the bases are loaded with 1 out here in the first inning. Tonight's achievement of the game is brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in us all. Joe Girardi, youngest manager to lead the Yanks to the title last year. That was kind of an odd situation, if I remember right, when he was the manager of the Marlins, the way he exited.
They sort of ran him out of there.
Yeah.
Is what happened. He ends up winning the Manager of the Year, and the next thing you know, he's gone.
Yeah, he ended up in TV in the interim.
Yes, he did. Started doing some of the games on Fox.
Landed on his feet quite well, though. So the bases are loaded with one out in the first, and Austin Kearns is the batter. For what it's worth, so far this year, right-handed hitters are just 1 for 16 against Dustin Mosley. And he missed inside for ball 1. Kearns and the Tribe looking for a big first inning here. Just did catch the outside corner. Pretty good career numbers for Kearns with the bases full. Cabrera at third, Chu at second, Santana down at first. Missed again, 2 balls and a strike. The Yankees are certainly very hopeful they'll have Andy Pettitte back soon, and that will certainly help some of their starting pitching woes. Called strike, 2-2.
Would he pull a hamstring? Didn't he, coming off the mound on a play? That was like a bunt play or something he dove for. Yeah, you put him back in there. He was having a very solid year.
Turn back the clock kind of year. 2-2 pitch. Kearns chops it foul. Leadoff double by Trevor Crowe. Then as Drupal Cabrera was hit by a pitch, Chu bounced to third where Rodriguez got a force tag on Crowe. Then the walk to Santana. Bases loaded, 1 out. And the 2-2 pitch to Austin Kearns. High, full count. Matt Laporta waits on deck. Mosley's got nowhere to put Kearns. Here in the first inning. And the payoff pitch is popped foul and out of play. Indians everywhere Mosley looks here in the first. His 26th pitch of the inning. And a line drive to right field. Colin Curtis now closing fast makes the catch. Tagging and coming home as Cabrera throw up the line. And the Indians grab the 1-0 lead. Kearns' 42nd run batted in on the year with the sacrifice fly. And on the play, Chu was able to tag and move to third. Two down, now Matt Laporta will have a chance to keep the inning alive.
Curtis out there in right field actually I think was fooled by the swing of that bat. Hit off the end, and he really had to break in hard at the end of that. Stayed way behind it, and on that throw, Chu took advantage and went to third because he saw it going all the way to home plate in the air.
Matt Laporta looks at a breaking ball for strike 1. Laporta 3 for 10 in the series. And takes another strike on a fastball, and he's in the hole 0-2. Dustin Mosley trying to limit the damage here. though much of it so far has been self-inflicted. The 0-2 runner at first breaks, and Santana will go to second base standing up. He almost did. Did you see the little hitch in his giddy up?
Well, he was going to stop if he wanted to throw it through, so a chew over at third could take off, but they were just not. They weren't even paying attention to him.
Jeter and Cano never moved. They just watched him run. Said, no, don't throw. Well, let's see if Laporta can take advantage now and drive in a pair with a 2-out hit. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. A 30-pitch first inning for Dustin Mosley. And he's not out of the woods yet. Struck him out to end the inning. Tribe gets a run, leads it 1-0 after an inning of play.
Indians baseball is brought to you by Subway. Play hard, eat fresh. By Continental Airlines. Work hard, fly right. And by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers.
Alex Rodriguez strides to the plate to lead off the second inning for New York. That sums up the feeling of a lot of folks, I think, when it comes to the milestone he is approaching.
No, he's had a shot. He's had a shot at it, a fair shot, because they've been going at him. They've been very aggressive pitching to him. They haven't been pitching around him, so he can't blame anybody or say anything if he hits it. They've been coming at him.
That's exactly right. 2 for 13 in the series for Rodriguez. And the 0-1 from Talbot in the dirt. Fans once again jam-packed onto the home run porch.
If it goes up there, I want to see it. I want to take a good look.
Now the 1-1 from Talbot. A little bit high. 2 balls and a strike. Good pitch by Mitch Talbot there. Off-speed delivery, drops it in 2-2.
He came back with a 2-1 changeup right there inside. Now, if he throws that pitch, it doesn't stay inside, then A-Rod would have a chance to hit that pitch on the porch.
Oh, my. That looked like the perfect pitch. At the knees on the outside corner, did not get the call. One more look. just a tad
yeah,
low.
It's a good pitch, but he laid off.
And the payoff, right down the middle, popped him up. Foul ground and over the top of the Yankees dugout.
For every foul ball that goes into the seats and a fan has it, that will have a number on it. You can say, I did get a foul ball from A-Rod. It'll have R, and right now I'm not sure what number they're at. It started in this series on Monday with 25, and they brought in 3 dozen baseballs. So
Talbot again, the 3-2. A little bit off the plate for ball 4. First time he's walked in the series. Between 599 and 600, it took Babe Ruth 1. Hank Aaron a couple.
Look at that. Isn't that something? Used to be the top 2 guys. And A-Rod 29 plate appearances. Okay. So he's had his fair share, and sometimes, the drama builds.
First time he's walked in the series, and again, that was a pretty good battle between A-Rod and Talbot. Now Robinson Cano looks at a ball. He's gone 3 for 11 in the series. Bounced it in there. 2 balls, no strikes.
This is the one guy, the left-hander in that lineup, that if anybody's going to hit him, I would think he would, because he's got that swing where he stays back. He can drive it the other way, and that would keep him back a little bit longer on the changeup from Mitch Talbot. And he's awfully quick inside.
2-0 pitch. 3 balls, no strikes. In addition to the fact that Rodriguez is stuck on 599 home runs, he's also sitting on 299 stolen bases. He won't get one here, as Cano walks on 4 straight and back-to-back walks to start the second, and Mitch Talbot's walking himself into a jam. Let's have a look at the AT&T trivia question tonight. AT&T rethink possible. 3 18-year-old shortstops in the majors since 1900. Robin Yount's got to be one, right?
I would think so, yes.
Nick Swisher steps in now. The pitch from Talbot. A called strike. Swisher, a switch hitter, batting 6th tonight in the lineup. DHing. And it's outside to even the count, 1-1. Talbot cruised through the first inning, setting the Yankees down 1-2-3, but he's in trouble here in the second after back-to-back walks. Swisher takes a good rip, fouls it back. And a ball with 2 strikes on the Yankee DH. With runners on base this year, Swisher's the third best hitter in the American League, hitting .364. Talbot a long look in, and now Swisher wants time. Now the Indians right-hander ready with a 1-2. And that'll even the count. Swisher had scored at least one run in 10 consecutive games before Tuesday. Snapped pretty good streak for him. Two-two pitch. In the air, left center. Kearns, the left fielder, is there. And that's out number one. Browns training camp opens Saturday in Berea, and STO will be there once again with training camp daily. Jim Donovan, Doug Deacon, Tony Grossi, Mary Kay Cabot, Andre Knott, and the coach, Sam Ratigliano, all return to provide updates as the Browns get ready for the upcoming season. Training Camp Daily returns Saturday night at 10 o'clock right here on STO. Or right there on STO, depending on which channel you're watching tonight. He brought his helmet to the game. Talbot delivers, and there's a called strike to Brett Gardner. 3 for 10 in the series. Left-handed hitting left fielder. Talbot's 0-1. Missed inside. The 1-1. Called a strike. And now he's ahead in the count. Talbot very deliberate with 2 runners on base here in this inning. Working with a 1-0 lead. Just a little bit off the plate, and it's even at 2-2. He just can't seem to find any kind of rhythm right now.
You know what? And that's where he was so sharp in his last start, when you remember with Tampa Bay. Every pitch he was throwing was strikes. He was spotting the fastball. He had that slider. Not only could he throw it away to the right-handers, he could backdoor the left-handers with it, and he had a very good changeup. And sometimes we mentioned early he struggles to find that strike zone with a couple of his pitches, but he battles his way through. And eventually he does find it. So if he can just keep it in check here, he will definitely get it under control.
That was the game, the one you're speaking of, in which Mitch Talbot struck out 6 consecutive Tampa Bay hitters. And he had 1-hit shutout into the 5th when he ran out of gas. Back-to-back hits and then a 3-run homer. The 2-2, nope, turn and throw, no throw. Nothing doing at second base. That 2-2 pitch is outside, full count. In that last start for Talbot, not only did he go into the 5th, but he had 2 outs in the 5th inning and nobody on base when he gave up the back-to-back singles and the 3-run homer to Zobrist. So sometimes it can change so quickly for a guy in a game. slow and methodical pace so far here tonight. The payoff pitch, and it's ball 4. He's walked 3 in the inning. He's only walked more than 3 in a game once this month, and only twice going all the way back to May 15th. So this is very unusual for Talbot, but something we've come to expect from the Yankees. Historically, they've been a lineup that will make pitchers throw strikes and work the count.
They sure do. His season high in walks is 5.
And that was his first start of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that sure was. Against the Tigers is April 10th. 4 times this year he has walked 4. But now he's got 3 in this inning.
Right back to the mound. Talbot goes to second for 1. The relay in time, an inning-ending double play. Mitch Talbot walks him loaded, and then Francisco Cervelli goes after the first pitch, taps into an inning-ending double play. Mitch Talbot came off the mound and looked like he's feeling almost like the oblique, Rick, or a side muscle. It looked like that's where he was gesturing, and it's on his right side. So that can't be good.
I don't know if it was on that ball he caught, and when he went to turn that double play, Manny went out and talked to the home plate umpire, and I think he was just trying to tell him that
they're going to go look at him.
Yeah, he may be out there, and he may not be able to go, so he may have wanted to give the umpire a heads up. We're just speculating right there. But it didn't look good.
There is no activity yet in the Indians' bullpen.
You know, he may go out there and try and warm up and see.
Yeah, they may be working furiously.
Well, I guarantee that bullpen has had a call, though, to say, hey, get ready. And if we are, somebody's going to have to get loose.
Jason Nix leading off the bottom of the second for the Indians. Figures to get the bulk of the playing time at third now after the trade of Johnny Peralta. Manager Manny Actis said that Andy Marte will get an occasional start at third, and Luis Valbuena can play some third base if needed. And Rafael Perez is now going to the bullpen, and it looks like he is going to get loose. So that would indicate that Mitch Talbot's night is over.
You know, maybe that's I don't want to say anything. We'll have to just wait and see.
Next strikes out, 2 down. Or excuse me, second strikeout for Mosley. 1 down here in the second inning. Well, let's have a look at our Subway Fresh face of the game. Cord Phelps last night in a 6-4 win against Buffalo. Went 3 for 3 with a solo homer, scoring 3 times. And he has done very well at second base since the promotion. Subway Fresh face of the game. Play hard. Eat fresh. And Shelley Duncan DHing tonight. In the absence of Travis Hafner from the lineup, takes a strike. Boy, oh boy. After Mitch Talbot came up with a Houdini act to get out of that inning, but you start thinking maybe the reason he was walking guys is there was something wrong.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say that. We'll see what happens.
I'll say it then. You don't have to say it.
Yeah. You know, that's one thing you hate to do is sit down and you speculate on guys when you really don't know. You'll find out after the game. That's soon enough.
One thing we do know, he's got something wrong with him because Rafael Perez would not be warming up with the bullpen otherwise.
Well, we do know that. We do know that. Now, whether it had anything to do with the way he was throwing the ball that inning, we do not know.
You're right. It very well could have been just on the comebacker. He might have tweaked
when he
something.
turned to go to that double play ball. But not a good sign because, you know, he's been very solid for these guys and pretty consistent.
Over the bag and just foul. That ball was really hugging the chalk right down the third base line. Take another look at this ball as it was hopping right down the line, but foul all the way. 2-2 the count on Shelley Duncan. As Dustin Mosley is about to make his 40th pitch of the ball game. A little bit low, full count. Kerry Wood in a rehab assignment tonight at AA Akron pitched 1 inning. Through 8 pitches, all 8 were strikes. So depending on what the in-person reports are like, pretty good chance he could get activated very soon. Ball 4. Second walk issued by Dustin Mosley, and the Indians have a 1-out base runner here in the second. Luis Valbuena, 0 for 1, came into the ballgame late last night, only had 1 plate appearance, and struck out. Mosley delivers, and Valbuena 1-hop smash to second. And an inning-ending double play. 2 complete. It's the Indians 1 and the Yankees nothing. get loose out there.
They better keep a close eye on him. You certainly don't want to go out there and if it's, a little tweak or a twinge right now, go out there max effort and could make it a little bit worse. But, he's the judge. Only he can tell you.
Colin Curtis, number 9 hitter, will lead off. And Talbot delivers a first pitch strike. Well, you know as well as I do, the Indians training staff, Lonnie Soloff, Rick Jameson and company, they're not going to let a guy go back out there if they think there's anything wrong with him.
No, that's true.
The 0-1. Missed outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Rafael Perez is ready in the bullpen if needed, but right now, for the moment anyway, Mitch Talbot seems to be okay. Chop foul. Curtis, then Derek Jeter and Curtis Granderson here in the 3rd inning for New York. Whoa. Base hit right up the middle. Mitch Talbot had to duck out of the way.
Well, he sure did. That was the first hit he's given up, and he'd take the elevator to the bottom floor on this one. There it is. Ooh. He got out of the way at the right time. That was right back at the coconut. There it comes, and he gets down. So the leadoff man aboard, 2nd straight inning for the Yanks.
Derek Jeter looks at the ball down low. He flied to right his first time up. And again, you see Talbot out there on the mound. Every once in a while, just makes a gesture like he's either trying to get loose or (1-0). Missed outside, 2 balls, no strikes, and now Manny Acta said that's it. He's going to go out with Lonnie Soloff. It's pretty obvious that there's just something not quite right. The question is it something physically that if they don't get him out of there, he could really hurt himself? If he can work through it, that's one thing, but you don't want a guy to go out there and push it and then really injure himself. So that's going to be it for Talbot.
Well, we weren't sure what it was, and they're going to go err on the side of caution, and I agree with that. Let's go. You don't want it to get any further along, and if it's not much, he'll be ready to go in his very next start. They can take care of it now. So it's too bad that he's going to have to leave this ball game, but hopefully it doesn't look too serious as he walks off the mound under his own power, and they're going to go take a look at it and see what happens.
Well, Rafael Perez was loosening in the bullpen, so it won't take him as long as it normally would in this situation to get ready, but we will take a timeout. We'll be back 1-0 Cleveland. 1-0 Indians on top. Normally we don't bring you the H.H. Gregg pitching change this early, but this is a couple of nights in a row now. The Indians have had to go to the bullpen early in the ball game. This time it's because of an injury as Rafael Perez comes on for the 45th time this year.
You're right. Last night, Carmona 2 2/3. Tonight it's just 2+ for Mitch Talbot because of injury. Perez coming on for the 45th time. His record is 3-0. And now that bullpen's going to get some work in tonight. They had to give 6 1/3 innings last night, so they're going to get their work. They got to go 7 innings tonight.
Last night, Hector Ambrose worked 2 1/3. Jess Todd worked a couple innings. Frank Herman pitched an inning. So you're right. It's time to see if Rafael Perez can give you a couple. While we have a moment, let's pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you here tonight at Progressive Field. Glad you're with us on Channel 3 tonight as the Indians lead the Yankees 1-0 here in the 3rd inning. And a tough break for the Tribe as Mitch Talbot had to leave this game after facing just one hitter here in the 3rd. But we knew something was up the way he left them out in the 2nd inning. He tried to give it a go here in the 3rd, but the Indians deciding no reason to push it because there was something definitely wrong. Rafael Perez is now on in relief, and he'll be facing Derek Jeter with 1 on, nobody out, and a 2-ball, no strike count. Colin Curtis looked like he was doing almost a bear crawl back to first base. Jeter 2 out of 14 in the series. And takes the ball down low. It's 3-0. If he winds up walking Jeter, that walk would be charged to the previous pitcher.
Right, to Talbot.
Now Jeter awaiting the 3-0, taken all the way. It's a strike. Santana setting up for the fastball. And just missing for ball 4. So again, that walk is charged to Mitch Talbot, who officially gave up 4 here tonight.
Well, save on your seats and triple your eats with the new AM/PM all-you-can-eat 3-pack. Choose your 3 games. Enjoy unlimited dogs, peanuts, popcorn, nachos, and Pepsi products throughout the game. 3 packs are just $75. Call 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com.
Curtis Granderson called out on strikes his first time up. Granderson bunts it back foul. Well, we want to send along get well wishes tonight to Fritz Vickerell, who's recuperating in Youngstown Hospital. Her family, big Yankee fans. She is a loyal Indians fan, though. So, Fritz, hope you're
is that any relation to
the
Bochenek family?
I think there is some kind of bloodline relationship to the Bochenek clan. That's Tommy
Frank,
B's.
I think they're making peppers tonight.
The 0-1. Again, Granderson was showing bunt. Throw down to second base and a little bit off the mark. 1-1 the count.
Well, it's not a bad place sometimes when you can throw behind that runner. A lot of times when you're at second base and you've got a guy bunting and you expect him, he's going to bunt the ball. A lot of times hitters can bunt through it, and you're going to go off second base. So you can throw back and get a guy. Seen it happen many times.
Again, Granderson squaring.
Good job.
Third baseman Jason Nix throws out Granderson. Sacrifice goes 5-3. And that's out number 1. And Mark Teixeira with 2 runners in scoring position will be the batter.
Teixeira, a better hitter from this side of the plate, average-wise, 288 from this side of the plate. 7 homers, 28 ribbies in his 118 at-bats.
Just missed for ball 1.
That's still a lot of RBIs against left-handers when you think about it, because Cano is another guy. He has 26 against left-handed pitching, so that's right up there in the league.
There's Robinson Cano waiting in the hole. Alex Rodriguez is on deck. That's in the dirt, and it's 2-0.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't want to throw this guy a strike, you've got a guy that has 21 career grand slams that's on deck. So that's why in that situation, I think it was a good, with Granderson up, lefty on lefty, go ahead and let him bunt him over. And pick your poison.
Yeah.
This is his first AB from the right side in this series.
Rafael Perez ready with a 2-0. In the dirt, 3 balls, no strikes. He's thrown 9 pitches, only 3 have been for strikes. Now Rafael Perez ready with a 3-0, and it's down low. He walked him on 4 straight.
And the
bases are loaded.
5 walks tonight. Actually, well, 4 of them go to Talbot, but actually 2 of them should go to Perez. That's his first. But here we go.
So Alex Rodriguez will bat with the bases loaded. Second time in the series, Alex Rodriguez will bat with the bases loaded. He struck out in his first time in this situation. Rafael Perez, 10 pitches, only 3 strikes. So if you're Alex Rodriguez, he may be looking for something early in the count here. Perez the set on the pitch, and it's low, ball 1.
He's got to throw a strike first. He may not, it's okay to look up there and get aggressive, but when a guy's not even around the strike zone. And there you see career grand slams. Gehrig leads the way. Right behind him is Rodriguez, tied with Manny Ramirez that are current.
The 1-0. Bounced it in front of the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Oh, boy.
Well, it's not even close. Now, Perez has thrown 9 balls and just 3 strikes. He is all over the place. This one way out. That was like a 55-footer.
Now Rodriguez taking aim. Rafael Perez with a 2-0 pitch, and it's in there for a strike.
Yeah, right. It's almost like you had to take one there.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't go out and swing because he doesn't know where it's going right now.
The 2-1. Chops it foul. Now Rafael Perez back into the at-bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. With the bases loaded and 1 out here in the third. Yankees had him loaded with 1 out in the second. And Francisco Cervelli hit into an inning double play. And the 2-2. Got a piece of that to stay alive. Well, had some pretty good movement on it, and he just did fight it off. As Jack Efta retrieves the baseball and puts it back in the box. The runner at third is Colin Curtis. Derek Jeter is at second, and Mark Teixeira down at first with 1 out. And now Rafael Perez with a 2-2 pitch, and it's ball 3. Full count. You know, you go back to first 2 games of the series, Jake Westbrook and Josh Tomlin. When you have well-pitched games like that where the guys are in rhythm and they're throwing lots of strikes, it's amazing how much different the game is.
It looks different. It is a different game because the starting pitcher sets the tempo for the way the game is played.
This game being played at a snail's pace. And the payoff pitch in the air, center field. Back goes Crow, and he will make the catch. Curtis tags and scores, and we are tied at 1. Jeter also tagging. He goes to third. Yankees at the corners. For Rodriguez, run batted in number 83 on the year.
Anytime that ball is in the air, everybody thinks it's out of here. He hit that ball a little bit off the end of the bat. That was an off-speed pitch, and it goes to straightaway center. Crow goes back. It'd be successful. It's a sacrifice fly. It ties the game up. But now that go-ahead run is just 90 feet away. Jeter also tagged up. It's first and third, but he has a chance for a double play ball. Oh, excuse me, 2 outs.
Rafael Perez will have to deal with Robinson Cano, though, who walked his first time up. And looks at a ball down low. As you said, Cano can handle left-handed pitchers because he hangs in there so well. Line drive to second, caught by Valbuena to end the inning. Yankees tie the game on the sacrifice fly by Rodriguez. We go to the bottom of the third, 1-1. Bottom of the third here at Progressive Field in a 1-1 ball game. But already we've had developing storylines with Mitch Talbot having to leave early. Indians had bases loaded in the first. They got a run. Yankees had bases loaded in the second and the third and managed only one run. A lot of base runners, a lot of pitches being thrown. So far, not many runs.
Really? Both teams only with one hit.
Yeah, it's been a strange developing game.
Crow has the only Indians hit. He led off the game with a double. He did score the Indians run. That coming on a sacrifice fly by Austin Kearns. And, yeah, there's been a lot of base runners and no damage yet. But I'll tell you, as soon as you continue to put them on, something's going to break loose.
That's right. You can't keep giving them opportunities.
Well, and the unfortunate thing, the Indians are already into their bullpen again tonight in the third inning.
If you joined us late, Mitch Talbot left with some type of an injury or some type of a tweak. The 1-2, and Crow fouls it back. Trevor with a ringing double to right field his first time up. Swung the bat well last night in a losing effort. So 4 for his last 5. At the plate. Change up. Hung it, but Mosley able to grab it, flip it. 1 away. Our great clip of the game is brought to you by Great Clips. Let's take a look back at the 3-hit performance of Trevor Crow last night. Base hit past Alex Rodriguez. He roped one through the right side of the infield. And his third time up, turned on another pitch. Relax. You're at Great Clips. And with one down, Asdrubal Cabrera steps in. Hit by a pitch. And scored the only Indians run. Two balls, no strikes. Bouncer to second. Cano. 2 down.
Well, the next time we play a home game will be next Friday night against the Minnesota Twins, and it's going to be fireworks night. As always, all fans will enjoy a post-game fireworks display synchronized to your favorite country music. Plus, it's half-price student ID night. Show your ID at the box office. Get 50% off ticket locations. Visit Indians.com and find out more.
Shin-Soo Choo, a bouncer to Cano. And he throws him out to end the inning. Tribe goes 1, 2, 3. And we go to the fourth, tied at 1. 1-1 fourth inning here at Progressive Field. Can't ask for much better weather than what we've had here today.
Yeah, absolutely perfect.
Well, it looks like Dustin Mosley may have gotten things straightened around for himself. He's thrown 51 pitches so far, 19 balls. The Indian staff, combined with Mitch Talbot and Rafael Perez, 61 pitches, 31 balls. Let's see if Rafael Perez can right the ship and get it rolling here with Nick Swisher, Brett Gardner, and Francisco Cervelli due up for the Yankees. Down low for ball one. Swisher fly to left his first time up. That was batting left-handed, now batting from the right side. Interesting in that when the night began, Swisher had 120 more at-bats from the left side, and yet his average dead even from both sides of the plate. 300 from the left, 300 from the right. More of his power comes from the left side. Maybe that's
remember he was one of the one guys last year when they opened that new Yankee Stadium where the ball was flying out of there, the home runs. He was the one guy that hit more of them on the road. He had almost, 3/4, if not more, on the road than he did at home.
I want to say he only hit like 9 home runs. Let's see, last year. Well, he had eight home runs at Yankee Stadium last year. He's already hit. Yeah, I think he's already hit 9 at home this year.
Yeah, it's been a world of difference.
2-2 the count for Swisher, leading off the fourth. Bouncer to third, bobbled by Nix, and an error to start the inning.
Well, that's a ball that just gets there in a hurry when it should be made. Looked like it went off the end of his glove. So put the error down for Jason Nix, and they get their leadoff man up for a third straight inning.
And Brett Gardner, who walked his first time up, will be the batter. Perez with the first pitch strike. Interesting, and when you look at the numbers in this series, and in a 4-game series you get quite a few numbers, but in the first 2 games the Yankees were 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and then last night they broke loose, went 6 for 14. But now here again tonight, they've had plenty of opportunities thanks to the walks. But
well, the scary thing is they're a good offense. They lead the league in runs scored. You give them more opportunities, and they're going to get you eventually.
Bunted. Perez.
Beautiful bunt. Beautiful bunt. It got past Perez, and he was panicking. Once that ball got by him, he tried to cut the angle off. And then by the time he tries to get to that ball, Gardner, he is a very fast runner. He gets down the line in a hurry. It was really a good bunt. He brought it with him. It had some spin to it, but it just had enough, and he went for the great play to try and get it on the run barehanded, almost like he took his eye off it. It's still a tough play, a good bunt, so you give him a single there.
So once again, the Yankees have their first 2 men aboard. They had the first 2 on in the second, the first 2 on in the third, and now again first 2 on here in the fourth. Francisco Cervelli
I would
an inning-ending double play his first time.
I
up.
wouldn't be surprised to see another bunt here because, you know, from what we've seen, Perez is a guy, the game speeds up on him when he gets the ball and he's got to field bunt plays. He can throw it wild. He hurries. He rushes himself.
Cervelli looked like he was going to square and then stopped. Takes the ball up high. Tied at 1 here in the fourth. But the Yankees threatening now. To take the lead is Cervelli. Awaits the 1-0 pitch from Perez. 2 balls, no strikes. 16 balls, 13 strikes for Rafael Perez. Now time is called as he ties his shoe. The 2-0 to Cervelli. In there, a strike. Cervelli just 1 for 10 in the series.
Cervelli does have 7 sacrifices. He's not going to sacrifice here because of the lefty on deck, but you could even start your runners, except Perez just doesn't throw enough strikes.
In the air, center field. Crow makes the catch and the runners hold, 1 down. Let's go back to the studios for an in-game update. Here's Dave Chudowski.
All right, guys, Johnny Peralta in Tampa with the Tigers. He didn't play. He got there late, but Carlos Pena did, his 23rd homer, all 4 RBI. 4-2, the Rays beat Detroit, keeping the pressure on the Yanks.
All right, thanks, Dave. And the Tigers really trying to find a way to stop the bleeding now. They're just a game over 500.
I know it. And you know what? It doesn't get any easier. They go to Boston, Fenway Park tomorrow and play the Red Sox. So they'll host them for the weekend before we go there.
You know, I was going to tell you something else, too. As bad as it's been for us on the road this year, Indians 19-33. Detroit is now 16-33 on the road this year.
Yeah, well, now that you put it that way.
Swung on and missed. 0-2 the count on Colin Curtis.
Well, you mentioned the top 2 teams, the Yankees and the Rays. You said they were the first 30-30 teams.
Yep.
30 wins at home and 30 on the road as well.
Could be a heck of a race. And don't count Boston out just yet. They're 7 back. But
absolutely not.
I heard somebody say today, wow, they'll never catch the Yankees. They can't. I mean, 1978 ring a bell? I mean, I know that was in reverse, but still, you can't just go throw dirt on somebody on.
No, not with 60
July
games remaining.
29th?
Not with 60 games remaining, you certainly cannot. And they have some head-to-head meetings to go.
1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him. Rafael Perez gets his first strikeout, 2 down here in the inning.
There's that slider. Good location. Gets him to chase it out of the zone. Looks like a strike, but then it falls out. Get Curtis to chase it. So that is now 2 outs in the inning.
Derek Jeter looks at a strike. Tonight's GMC 5-Star League Leaders brought to you by the GMC Sierra. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. I've got 2 former Indians on that list. Omar Vizquel and Manny Ramirez right up there with Alex Rodriguez, Derek Jeter and company. No balls, 2 strikes to count here. The 0-2, down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yankees captain Derek Jeter. 2 hits and 14 at-bats in the series. Activity in the Indians bullpen as Rafael Perez is closing in on 40 pitches already. The 1-2. Swung out and missed. He got him. Perez strikes out back-to-back hitters after the Yankees had the first 2 aboard to start the inning again. 1-1, middle of the 4th. Rafael Perez was really struggling to throw strikes when he came into the game, but he finished throwing 8 out of his last 12 for strikes, and he gets 2 big strikeouts to get out of an inning.
Picked up the Jason Nix on the error and got out of that inning.
Well, it looks like his day is probably done.
I would think so. I would think so.
2 innings of work, and unfortunately for Manny Acton and Tim Belcher, they're going to have to try to piece this thing together and use maybe a little bit of everyone out of that bullpen tonight, depending on how things go. Hector Ambrose, you used him for a little over 2 innings last night, so I'm guessing they'll try to stay away from him, give him a night off. Teixeira takes it himself, and Carlos Santana is out number 1. October 5th, 1997. Who will ever forget Sandy Alomar taking Mariano Rivera out of the yard?
That was over Paul O'Neill.
And then how about this one? Off the leg of Mendoza, just beyond the grasp of Jeter for the game winner. That's our legendary performance, brought to you by Cabot Wood Stains.
What a year 97 was for that guy right there.
Austin Kearns laces a single to center field. And the Indians have a 1-out base runner here in the 4th inning. You made an interesting observation before the ball game tonight. We looked down and saw Sandy Alomar talking with former Indians backup catcher Tony Pena, who's now a coach with Joe Girardi's staff here in New York. And then Carlos Santana joined the conversation. And you said, that's 3 pretty good generations of catchers right there with Pena, and then Alomar, and now the modern guy, Santana.
You know, and the funny thing is that Santana is about the same size as Tony Pena was.
Yeah.
And I told you before, he reminds me a little bit. The mannerisms of Pena behind the plate. You know, he's an upbeat kind of catcher. Hopefully he has a career like Tony does.
I don't know that we've ever seen anybody that had quite the energy that Tony Pena
well,
had.
that's true. I mean, that's tough to duplicate. And I don't like to put,
I know what you're saying.
a tag on it, but I'm saying when he gets back, you watch him on strikeouts. He moves around and he hobbles, but nobody gets as low and gives a target as low as Tony Pena did in his day. Remember, he'd put that one leg out?
He would sit on the ground, literally sit down.
I know he would.
That one leg would be stuck out to the side. And I saw him throw a runner out from that
I'll
seated
tell you
position.
What, he used to play burnout with Jose Mesa. When he wouldn't listen, he'd throw the ball back harder than Mesa would throw it into him. Yeah, he was a treat to watch. I mean, we got to see him later in his career.
Right.
Early in his career when he was with Pittsburgh, it was phenomenal. And then St. Louis.
But he provided Tribe fans with one unforgettable memory here in this ballpark. The first playoff game, the game-winning home run against the Boston Red Sox.
3-0 count.
Unbelievable. Zane Smith. One on, one out for Matt Laporta, who struck out his first time up. He stayed back nicely on that off-speed pitch. Unloading foul. See where Colorado beat Pittsburgh today. I think that was Ubaldo Jimenez who gets back into the win column. He's been struggling there for a while.
That was him.
He only allowed one run in 7 innings. Yeah. And Colorado had dropped 8 in a row going into that game today. They were just a game over 500 heading into today's action. So
they had the phone on dial. They were pushing 9-1. They were looking. If they would have lost, they would have been another one.
The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Laporta strikes out for the second time tonight. 2 down in the inning.
Well, make an in-store purchase of $5 or more at any participating Get-Go Giant Eagle location, and you'll receive a voucher for one free Upper Reserve ticket to next Friday Indians-Twins game. Visit your local Get-Go for full details.
Dollar Dog Night here at Progressive Field.
I would figure they would go through a few of them tonight. Quite a few.
Nick's fouling it off.
Send out some birthday wishes to the wonderful Peggy Coach out in North Olmsted, the beautiful mom of our esteemed stage manager Gary Coach here. Peggy, happy birthday. I don't know how you put up with him. Our own STO, Steve Warren, his birthday. Steve-O, happy birthday to you. And Gene Winters from STO is the producer for the Bruce Drennan Show. Boy, you better, congratulations.
How old is Gene?
Gene's 29 going on 40.
He feels like 59. Gene.
Yeah. Happy birthday to each and every one of you. And then Leonard Mikulski of Lorraine is 90 today. So happy birthday to you also, Leonard.
We've got one here for Betty Case in Bay Village, celebrating her 85th birthday with all of her family this weekend. So, Betty, hope you're having a great birthday and enjoy your weekend with the family. The 0-1 pitch, and just a little bit high. Jason Nick struck out his first time up. Tied at 1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Dustin Mosley has made 60 pitches so far here tonight. And a ground ball to third. Rodriguez will go to second, and the inning is over. We'll head to the 5th. Knotted up at 1 apiece. New real fruit smoothies are now available in wild berry and strawberry banana flavors. By KeyBank. Stop in and start a conversation and unlock your possibilities. And by Panini's. Now open in Chagrin Falls, Solon, and Brunswick. Visit PaninisGrill.com. Back here at Progressive Field, Indians go back to the bullpen as right-hander Frank Herman will be the third Indians pitcher to work tonight. And he'll be facing Curtis Granderson, Mark Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez. Fastball high and wide. Catches the outside corner, evens the count 1-1.
Well, Herman's going to get a chance. He went an inning in last night's ball game and threw zeros across the board.
Fouled away. One more birthday wish I forgot to mention. We've got boy, these last names sometimes lock you up a little bit.
I know. Yeah, you got to study it. Go ahead. I'll start talking until you can phonetically say it. Figure it out.
I'm going to go with Richard Jansowitz.
Very good.
Celebrating his 76th birthday, and I hope that's correct, Richard. And hope you're having a great day with your family. He's a diehard Indians fan. Granderson pops that back out of play into the press box. Or no, off the facing of the press box.
Oh, man, we almost had a walrus sighting.
Yes, indeed.
That almost got hit up to the zoo.
Threw a couple of flippers up.
Yes, he did. He blocked it out beautifully.
Granderson, big bouncer in the hole. Laporta tried to dive, and I think it hit off his bare hand. Granderson's digging for two, and he's going to go in there safely. Now Granderson scampers into second base on a ball that ricocheted off Laporta and carried all the way into center field.
You know, that ball had a hop to it. And when he went to dive, let's see where it does get him. You see, that ball was coming up, and Laporta's going down. It got off his hand, his right knuckle or his hand. He deflected it, and the hustle of Granderson as he runs everything out. He never got leather on it. He just got bare knuckles on it. And Granderson hustles that all the times, and he easily makes it in for a double. So the Yankees will get their leadoff man aboard.
Again, Mark Teixeira, 4 straight innings. They've had their leadoff man aboard. The previous 3 innings, they've had the first 2 men on base to start the inning. And a little bit outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Rodriguez in the on-deck circle. 3 balls, no strikes. Three and 1 the count with a runner at second. Nobody out here in the 5th. Tied at 1. Back out of play. Full count. We're back here on Channel 3 a week from Sunday as the Tribe takes on the Minnesota Twins. Will Cleveland be able to keep Minnesota out of the top spot in the AL Central. Tune in and find out. Twins Indians, Sunday, August 8th at 1 right here on Channel 3. Payoff pitch. Broke his bat, ripped deep down the right side, but foul.
That ball went an awful long way. He ran down to first base to pick up the barrelhead. He dropped the handle, picked up the barrel. He'll trade it. I'll give you a
Busted
3/4 of a bat for an extra long. Thank you. I mean, the barrel went down to first base. And see, he drops the little handle. And then he'll just walk over and pick it up and walk back and trade.
Ball carried a long way.
Yeah, it really did.
Hammered down the right side again. And again, he's just a little bit too far out in front of it. All right, they're telling us officially now the word on Mitch Talbot is a mid-back strain, and he is listed day to day.
Okay, so now we just wait and see, and that's the reason you get him out of there.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't turn into a pull or something, and then you have to go on the disabled list. I'm sure to be reevaluated tomorrow.
Again, the 3-2, and this time it's ball 4. So, 4 straight innings. The Yankees have had their first 2 men on base. And here is Alex Rodriguez to the plate for the 3rd time tonight. He walked in the 2nd, drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. You see Jack Efta's got his own ball pouch.
Yeah, he's got where'd he go? To the Home Depot to get his...
got a tool belt?
He's got his sack for the baseballs. Comes out with 4. Maybe he's got small hands.
He's got an STO shirt on, though.
Yes,
like
he did. Well, sure, he wants some airtime.
All right, Alex Rodriguez. With 2 on, nobody out. Takes his first pitch strike. Ripped down the left field line, foul. So he's ahead of him 0-2 is Frank Herrmann.
Well, in this series, A-Rod just 2 for 14, a couple of RBIs. He has struck out twice, but coming into this at-bat, he had seen 68 pitches and 44 strikes. So 65% of the time, the Indians pitchers have been very aggressive throwing strikes. And they have him down here 0-2. Looks like he needs a new piece of...
You know, I thought it sounded when he fouled that ball off down the third base side. It sounded like it cracked. He must have found a little hairline fracture in it.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you can probably see that little crack a little easier with the darker wood than you can with the lighter wood.
And everybody out there jammed into the porch.
There's the Price is Right. Come on down.
And the 2-strike pitch. Hit in the air to right field. Back goes Chu. Makes the catch. Granderson will tag and go to third. And that's a good base running move for the Yankees center fielders. He's at third base with only 1 out now. And Rodriguez is now 2 for 14 in the series. We'll bring up Robinson Cano, who lined out to second his first time or his last time up. Cano scorched it his last time up. Line drive right to the second baseman, Luis Valbuena. And a ground ball to first. Laporta's got it. Looks the runner back to third and does a tremendous job to tag the bag for out number 2. But Granderson, he was a quarter of the way down the line at third, and Laporta had to stare him back to make sure he wouldn't take off.
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking that ball hit hard enough. He might have been able to go for a double play here. Let's look at it. It's right there. That's a double play ball. Go to second, get the first, so you can get out of the inning.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked him back. That ball was hit hard enough to go for 2.
That's a good point. He may be thinking that right now.
I mean, that's what you talk about. I mean, that hard. If it's softer, I can totally understand him maybe looking Granderson back. But see, Granderson thought he was going to go for the double play. That's why he came down the line so far.
That's a good point.
And
that's
by rights, he probably should have, because he could have been out of the inning.
Swisher, 0 for 2. Fly to left in the second inning, reached on an error when Jason Nix couldn't come up with a hot ground ball in the fourth. He looked like he went. They'll appeal. No, says Dale Scott. Here's a look from the side. Yeah, good call. He didn't go. Santana wants to go out and talk to Herman with 2 on and 2 out in a 2-1 count.
This guy the best with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. That's exactly what you have. Second and third. 2 down, 432. That's very impressive. You know, and he has a good eye at the plate to begin with, because he's a guy that, will take his walk. This year hitting for a much better average. He's right around the 300 mark.
Now Herman's 2-1. Foul tipped it. Evens the count.
Well, he took his shot there.
Frank Herman ready now. The 2-2 pitch to Nick Swisher. Off the plate, full count. Left-handed hitting Brett Gardner would be next. Herman has thrown 24 pitches. 15 have been for strikes here in this 5th inning. And the payoff, hit high in the air, deep to left field. Kearns is back on the track, makes the catch. And for the 4th straight inning tonight, the Yankees get the first 2 men on base. But they cannot push a run across here. 1-1 our score as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Here at Progressive Field. Shelley Duncan to lead it off, and a curveball hangs high for Mosley. Duncan walked his first time up. Mosley made 31 pitches in the first inning of this game. Since then, he's made 30 pitches.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He just made his 31st. That's right.
Duncan hammered that foul.
You know, for a guy coming out in his last opportunity, going 4 2/3 innings out of the bullpen. So, you know, he's got to be. We'll see how long he can go tonight. I mean, I don't know how much they're expecting from him, but you can't expect much more than 5. Anything else more than that, I would think, would be a bonus.
Good pitch. Took a little something off, and it's 1-2. Good changeup to get him. 4th strikeout for Dustin Mosley. 1 down here in the 5th. This game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. Sacrifice fly by Austin Kearns played it as Drupal Cabrera in the 1st. And then Mitch Talbot had to leave the game after the 3rd inning. It just began with a mid-back strain. And later in that inning, Alex Rodriguez tied it with a sacrifice fly to center field. That's where we stand. For a dealer near you, visit buyatoyota.com. Luis Valbuena hit into a double play his first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lazy pop, center field. Granderson is there. 2 down. Let's pause once again for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you tonight here at Progressive Field. Glad you're with us. 1-1 our score. Trevor Crow with 2 down and the bases empty. Tries to line one to left. Back goes Gardner, and he makes the running catch. Tribe goes 1, 2, 3. We go to the 6th. Tied at 1. We're back here at Progressive Field, going to the 6th inning. when you end up with a starter going out due to an injury early, or if you get a starter knocked out like we did last night, you go to that bullpen early. Sometimes you get a performance like last night where the bullpen did an admirable job. Then you have nights like this where it's just been a struggle. The Indians have combined for 106 pitches thrown already in this game.
Yeah, but they're doing a good job
holding
them in.
Exactly.
I mean, they really, truly are. And that's what they have to do. They have to battle because it's 2 straight nights that they got to give you 6+ innings.
There are no style points. It's get the job done.
Exactly right. And, I mean, if everybody can get you, just get me through 2 innings. I mean, they will be taxed. And Tony Sipp's up now, starting to get loose.
Yankees have had the first 2 men on base in 4 straight innings, and it's yielded them 1 run.
Yeah, well, they've left 8 stranded total.
Right.
It has been they've been able to get through it. Has not been pretty, but they put zeros on the board.
There is Tony Sipp loosening in that Tribe pin. Mike Kerman misses outside 2-2. Well, he had him down. Now it's a full count. Foul back. Brett Gardner walked in the second. He had a good drag bunt single that he was able to pull it just past Rafael Perez, who couldn't grab it with the bare hand. Fights it off again. Didn't get the call. Close pitch, ball 4. And again, the Yankees get their leadoff man aboard. Here's the answer to our AT&T trivia question tonight. AT&T Rethink Possible. Well, we knew Robin Yount had to be one of these, right?
But A-Rod.
He was 18 with Seattle, wasn't he?
Tony La Russa.
Wow.
I didn't realize he was a shortstop. I thought he was a second baseman.
For the second time tonight, Francisco Cervelli fakes a bunt and takes a strike. He did this back in the 4th inning when they had the first 2 on, and then fly to center. And you pointed out he wouldn't have been bunting there because you had the left-handed hitter on deck.
Right. Maybe they'll start the runner. Gardner can run. He has 28 stolen bases. You know, instead of giving up that out, try and create a hole and try and get a ball, because Herman is around the plate. Although he has walked 2 tonight, and that's strange for him. But, you know, he might be a little gassed after an inning last night. He's going 2 tonight, or trying to.
0-2 the count. Talked about this before. Cervelli, who grew up in Venezuela, but his father immigrated from Italy to Venezuela when he was a young boy. Right back to the screen. And Francisco Cervelli played for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic. His dad founded a transportation company in Venezuela, but he said he's still 100% Italian. He cheers for Team Italy and soccer. And the 0-2 pitch, a little bit high. Gardner draws a throw. He had a pretty good size lead. Not sure if he was taking off on the 1-2 pitch, but it appeared that he was itching to go.
Well, Herman's below average. I mean, he's better than average when you talk about getting rid of the ball and giving your catcher an opportunity. He's about 1-2 to home plate.
Runner's not going, fouled away.
So, he doesn't have the high leg kick. He gets rid of it in relatively good time. He will give Santana an opportunity. Now, on the other hand, Gardner is above average when it comes to running. So if he gets a good jump, it'll be a great matchup.
Santana looked like he wants a fastball away. And again, Cervelli shoots it back out of play. And Cisco Cervelli made his major league debut with the Yankees last season. Played in 42 games, just under 100 at bats, but he hit .298. He's gotten quite a bit of playing time this year with Jorge Posada banged up. Big chopper toward third. Nix goes across the diamond, and that's out number one. We'll go back to the studios for another in-game update. Here's Dave Chudowski.
Yeah, Matt, Seattle at Chicago, game tied at 2. Omar Vizquel with the base hit. That scores a run to make it 3-2. A 4-run third, and Chicago leads 4-2 in the fourth. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Chud. Frank Herman goes an inning and a third tonight out of the Indians bullpen, and Manny Acta trying to piece this thing together here tonight after starter Mitch Talbot had to leave after just 2 innings of play. He'll bring on Tony Sipp when we come back. For the 44th time this year. Having like spring training flashbacks with so many pitching changes here.
Well, yeah, it's one of those games, Matt, that's what you're going to see. Manny has to piece it together tonight. After, especially with Carmona, the starter, going 2 2/3 last night. You had Ambrose going 2 1/3. He probably is not available. You had Todd going 2 innings. So now Herman went 1. He went an inning and a third tonight. Sipp went an inning last night. Perez already went 2 innings for him. So the Yankees to this point 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position in this ball game. As you mentioned, they've had their opportunities. And in the first 2 games, they were 0 for 10. Last night was the big difference, 6 for 14. But, you don't want them to get that first one because it'll take the pressure off. And it looks like, if they can keep it rolling. So let's see. Keep your eye on them at second base, too, that first pitch.
Colin Curtis looks at the ball outside.
Go
Go ahead.
I was going to say a lot of times when a reliever comes in, especially a left-handed reliever, and you're fast, you may want to take off at third base and element of surprise on the first pitch because he's trying to throw a strike.
Santana throws all the way down to second, but Gardner back safely. Mitch Talbot, the starter, went 42 pitches. Rafael Perez made 39. Frank Herman, 40. And now Tony Sipp. You're looking for one of those guys who can hopefully work through an inning with relatively few pitches and be able to give you some length.
Hard to do against this team, the Yankees. It really is. They rarely will they give you one pitch, one out.
Swung on and missed, tied him up with a good fastball. Washington native Colin Curtis, fourth round pick of the Yankees out of Arizona State back in '06. Right back, Santana pounded the mitt, wanted to hang on to that foul tip. Colin Curtis, really terrific story. Cancer survivor. He had cancer at the age of 15. One-two pitch, runner goes.
Never made him stop. He had a terrific jump. What he did, when Sipp turned his head, he jumped out one quick time and he just kept right on going, and no chance. This ball was in the dirt. It'll be a stolen base. Watch the jump. As Sipp turns around, see it, one pop, got the jump, forget about it.
29th steal for Gardner. Scott Posednik taking his stolen base act to Los Angeles now. Play for the Dodgers. 2-2 pitch. Full count. Infield drawn in. Cut of the grass around the horn now for the Indians. Derek Jeter waiting on deck. And the 3-2. High pop. Shallow right. In comes Chu. He calls for it, makes the grab, and the runner has to hold. 2 down.
Well, plan a family outing at a Sunday Tribe game and save big with the new KeyBank Grand Slam 4-pack. Get 4 tickets and $40 to spend on food and drinks, 4 Indians hats, and a parking pass for just $96. Get access to all the fun day activities, and tickets are on sale now at Indians.com.
Runner at third with 2 down. Jeter 0 for 2 tonight, walked in the third. Looks at the ball outside. Derek Jeter, drafted by the Yankees out of Central High School in Kalamazoo way back in 1992.
You got to really be careful in this at bat. You have Granderson on deck, and
popped him up. foul ground. Laporta over near the seats, and it's going to go into the crowd. Evens the count at 1-1.
They've done a nice job with Jeter in this series. But boy, this guy is he's a clutch hitter with the game on the line.
Sips 1-1 pitch. Bounced it in front of the plate. Santana with a good stop. On the day the Yankees drafted Derek Jeter back in 1992, as is always the case, you've got the entire scouting department, the front office, they're all gathered around. So they make the pick of Jeter. Actually, I don't think they drafted him yet. There was sort of this talk about throwing names out. And the 2-1 pitch is lined to center field, and Jeter's got a base hit. And the Yankees take a 2-1 lead.
I don't like that. I don't like him pitching to Jeter there. He's such a good clutch hitter. You know, and if you go in, you better get it way in. He didn't. He left it down the middle. And Jeter makes it pay, so the Yankees will take a 2-1 lead.
Saw Santana kind of pound his leg in frustration.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got this lefty coming up.
Jeter delivers the go-ahead run for New York. It's only his third hit in the series. But as we talked about, the Indians have given them tons of opportunities in this game. Eventually, the world champs are going to find a way to get some runs across. Anyway, the story about Jeter, they got the front office together, they make the pick, they pick Jeter, and someone says in the room, isn't he going to Michigan? And the scout that signed him said, no, he's going to Cooperstown.
You got to be kidding me.
That's some serious bravado.
But I want to know the scout that said that when he signed him.
Dick, G-R-O-C-H. Dick Groch.
No,
I think he was right on the money.
You know, he's going to have to wait about five years after he's done playing.
Well, Santana's going to squeeze it and let the second guessing begin. Jeter delivers the go-ahead run for New York with a 2-out RBI hit. 2-1, middle of the sixth. Asdrubal Cabrera, Shin-Soo Choo, Carlos Santana due up for the Tribe. Dustin Mosley, who made 31 first-inning pitches but survived. He's pitched a whale of a game ever since. In fact, he hit Asdrubal Cabrera on a pitch that just grazed Cabrera's right arm. And Asdrubal came around to score the only run of the game for the Tribe in that first inning. One ball, two strikes. Two and two to even the count. Asdrubal 2 for 11 in the series. And he lines one to left field, a base hit, and the Indians will get their leadoff man aboard for the first time since the first inning tonight.
Well, Rock and Blast, the biggest and best fireworks show and multimedia show of the year, returns August 13th and 14th. The Indians will host the Seattle Mariners. Tickets are on sale now. Call 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com.
Quick throw to first. Cabrera back with a dive. This next pitch will be number 75 for Dustin Mosley. Some stirring now in the Yankee bullpen. Don't believe anybody started to throw just yet. And it looks like some guys are at that point of the game where everybody knows that it might be time to get up, take a little walk, get loose.
This guy's taking you to the sixth inning.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, he's done a nice job. He really has.
It's funny how in baseball we always talk about, well, you want to get through that first inning unscathed. You don't want to have a long first inning. Well, Mitch Talbot went 1, 2, 3 in the first. Mosley staggered through the first inning. And yet Mosley has turned in a whale of a performance. Talbot wound up leaving the game with a mid-back strain after 2 innings of work tonight. So sometimes you just never know what in the world is lying around the corner in baseball.
Yeah, you certainly don't judge that first, as you see David Robertson up and throwing in that Yankee pen.
The 1-1. Well, we had a good cut, but he fouled it back. 1-2 the count now on Shin-Soo Choo. Choo 0 for 2, but 5 for 13 in the series. Runner goes, and Choo a bouncer to second and hit Cabrera. So a bad break for the Indians as they lose Asdrubal Cabrera on the bases. And that's
give
out
Choo
number
a base
1.
hit. He was off and running. Give Choo a base hit and the put out to the second baseman because the ball hits Cabrera. He couldn't get out of the way. By the time he tries to jump, it hits his right foot. So he will be out. Give the put out to the second baseman and give Choo a base hit.
Actually, the Indians catch a break there. Because of Cabrera, you know, if he doesn't get hit by the ball, it's a double play.
If the ball gets in front of him to Cano, they probably turn the double play.
With Carlos Santana at the plate, Shin-Soo Choo, the runner at first. And Choo's got a busted belt. No, it looks like he's fixed it. piece of that. 0-1. Hey, Browns Family Day coming up Saturday, August 7th at Browns Stadium. Admission is free. Fun for the whole family. You can log on to STOHD.com. Register for a Browns Family Day VIP package. That'll include free parking, pregame field passes, suite tickets, food and beverage, and more. STOHD.com. Get yourself signed up. '80th pitch of the night for Dustin Mosley. It's up high. 1-1 the count on Carlos Santana. Manny Acta and Tim Belcher have pieced the pitching staff together here tonight. Those guys have given the Indians a chance, at least to this point in the game. They're down 2-1. Tony Sipp giving up the hit that produces the go-ahead run. 2-out base hit by Jeter in the top half of this inning. Good off-speed pitch, 1-2 the count.
Mosley looks like a guy you can run on. I think that's why they started Cabrera with Chu up there, and Chu can run as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him taken off.
Two balls, two strikes. Chu leads the Indians with those 13 steals.
Well, that was the pitch you wanted to do it on, that big curveball.
Bluff to move to second. A liner to Cano. Throw back to first. Double play. Inning over. We go to the 7th. 2-1 New York.
Possible at ATT.com. AT&T Rethink Possible. By the Sierra from GMC. Never send a truck to do a Sierra's job. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real. Wendy's.
That's a 2-1 New York lead as we go to the 7th inning here at Progressive Field. Tony Sipp will come back on. And he'll be facing Mark Teixeira, Alex Rodriguez, and Robinson Cano. And there's a chance This could be the final at-bat of the series for Alex Rodriguez.
He's had, what, 14 of them to this point, right? In this series?
At plate appearances, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, 16 plate appearances. A walk and a sac fly tonight. Mark Teixeira, 2 walks, and he's also flied to center. Tony Sipp ready with a 1-1. That's hit high and very deep to left. If it stays fair, it's gone, and it is a foul ball.
Well, they were peaceful down there for that ball, but I guarantee one more hitter wouldn't be like that.
Alex Rodriguez amused with the scene down on the
Well,
home
he's
run
standing
porch.
directly on the line. If you draw it straight back from home plate, and he had a good look at that all the way down, and it did cut in front of the foul pole. But look where he's standing. That is just a perfect view to, watch that ball.
One and two the count now on Teixeira. Fastball way up high. Now Sipp's 2-2 pitch. Just a little bit wide. Full count. Payoff pitch. That's hit well. Deep left field. Back is Kearns. Backpedaling, and he pulls it down in the middle of the track.
Off the end of the bat.
One down here in the 7th. And up comes Alex Rodriguez.
You'll see. Look where it hits. It hits off the end, and that's why he wasn't able to drive that ball. It was up. You see, he wasn't going to walk. It was away. You can look at the glove of Santana, and that one went off the end of the bat. So that one stayed up and fell into the mitt of Austin Kearns.
Once again, a new batch of baseballs as Rodriguez steps into the home plate area. Yankees on top 2-1 here in the 7th. Tony Sipp delivers. And it's up high for ball 1. Rodriguez walked in the 2nd, drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd. And then he lined out the Shin-Soo Choo in right field back in the 5th. And a ground ball to short. Routine play. Cabrera, a little bit of a bobble, but throws him out. A lot of folks don't think he's going to get another at bat tonight, so some of them are immediately heading for the exits. Robinson Cano 0 for 2, walked his first time up tonight. He's lined out, grounded out since then. Fastball strike outside corner. 1-1 the count on Robinson Cano. Yankees second baseman. He's homered 19 times, driven in 69 on the year. And he has a high average because it's not all that often that he chases after many bad pitches. Pretty good discipline. That's hammered deep right field, and Chanu, this one is gone. Robinson Cano with a solo home run, his 20th on the year. 3-1 New York.
His 11th against left-handed pitching. And I told you that guy can hit left-handers. His 27th RBI off left-handers. He gives him that insurance run. I'll tell you what, this guy, he is a treat to watch. Look at you, make a mistake, that ball stayed up. It was a hanging breaking ball. He keeps his hands back so well, and that ball just explodes off his bat. It's a 3-1 Yankee lead. Home run number 20 for Cano.
Brings up Nick Swisher, 0 for 3 tonight. Up high. 2-1 to count. Three balls and a strike for Nick Swisher. Joe Smith warming in the Tribe pen. He may be coming on soon. There's a walk to Swisher. Tony Sipp had 2 outs. The base is empty, but a homer and a walk. And now Brett Gardner to the plate. He's been on base safely all 3 times tonight. 2 walks, a single, a stolen base, and a run scored. Brett Gardner, South Carolina native. 3rd round pick of the Yankees back in 2005. The 1-0. Up around the letters. 2 balls, no strikes.
Now, Sipp is another pitcher. 18 balls, 16 strikes. It has struggled to find the strike zone.
Yeah, it's 3-0. Well, we told you Talbot, who started and left with the injury, made 42 pitches. Rafael Perez, 39 pitches in 2 innings. Frank Herman, 40 pitches in an inning and a third. And now 35 pitches for Tony Sipp in 1 1/3.
Well, the 6th straight inning where it's been a 20-plus pitch inning.
A strike is called. There's Anthony Reyes. And then Tommy John surgery. Pitching down in the minor leagues, trying to come back. 3-1 pitch. He walked him. Back-to-back walks for Tony Sipp here in the 7th inning. And that's going to force Manny Acta to make another move here. So with 2 on and 2 out in the 7th, we've got a timeout with the Yankees in front, 3-1. Two out. And the 5th Indians pitcher of the night is right-hander Joe Smith.
Well, Joe has been actually outstanding. He's not allowed to run in a team-high 14 consecutive appearances. Just 2 hits and 9 innings of work. Batters are just 2 for 29 off him. So, you know, he's come back. He's made the adjustment. Went back to his old style, old delivery, crouched over. It's been much more effective for him. And he's been terrific.
Hopefully he can throw strikes tonight. The Indians have walked 9. That ties the season high. They've done that 4 times this year. Frank Cervelli, 0 for 3, will be the batter. And looks at the ball down low. Down the right side, out of play. The 1-1 down in the dirt, 2 balls and a strike. On the same day that the Baltimore Orioles named Buck Showalter their manager, they traded Miguel Tejada to the San Diego Padres. For a Double-A right-handed pitcher.
Well, teams are making a few trades as that deadline approaches. What is it, Saturday is the deadline? What is it, midnight?
I believe that is right. Yeah, it was interesting. I was listening today. Kevin Towers, who was a GM that pulled the trigger on the Jake Peavy to Chicago trade a year ago.
Right.
He was saying that trade literally happened an hour before the deadline. But the only reason that trade came together is because they had tried to do it earlier in May, but Peavy had a no-trade clause and rejected it.
Right.
But he said because they had already laid all that groundwork. Runners go, ball is lined toward right center. It's going to drop, and another base hit. Coming home to score is Swisher, and the Yankees now lead it 4-1. Cervelli with just his second hit in the series, first hit tonight, picks up the RBI as Swisher comes home and Gardner goes to third.
Well, there's one that that was middle of the plate. He just fought it off, blooped it in. Gets it in front of Trevor Crowe, so the walk comes around to score. That walk after the home run. Out of their 4 runs, 2 of the 9 walks have come in to score today.
Hit him. So Joe Smith kind of following suit. The way it's gone tonight for the Indians, they haven't given up a lot of runs, but they've made a lot of pitches and they've had a lot of base runners to deal with.
You knew it had the possibility of being a long night, getting back into that bullpen for the second straight night in the 3rd inning. He came up in this inning and said, well, A-Rod possibly getting his last at-bat. We may hit in this inning the way it's going.
Derek Jeter, the 8th man to bat in the inning. There's no doubt he's going to hit again. So some of those folks that left early may be sorry. That's the 168th pitch of the night for the Indians. Now the 1-1. Checked. It's a called strike. Texas Rangers wound up getting Jorge Cantu from the Florida Marlins. For a team that's in bankruptcy, they have done a heck of a job being creative.
Yeah, no kidding.
They've added Cliff Lee, Benji Molina, and now Jorge Cantu.
And they gave up a couple, I think, of double-A pitchers in that deal. That's what they want, another right-handed hitter.
Down too low.
They only had like, let me think, Michael Young, you got Cruz, you got Vladdy, you got Kinsler, but Kinsler went on the DL today.
Well, and I think that's another reason why they like Cantu is they feel like in a pinch he could maybe even play a little second base outside. I mean, primarily he's going to be their first baseman, but with that tough injury to Ian Kinsler, he might be able to help him out there in the short term. The payoff pitch with the bases loaded and 2 down to Derek Jeter. Runners go. It's ball 4. A season-high 10th walk for the Indians. And Jeter gets his second RBI of the night as Gardner comes home to score, making it 5-1. Cervelli to third, Curtis to second, and Curtis Granderson will be the 9th man to bat in the inning. And Tim Belcher going to make a trip to the mound and talk with Joe Smith.
Okay, so then all those runs are going to Tony Sipp.
Let's go back to the studios for this in-game update with Dave Chudowski.
Yeah, Matt, you just talked about the Orioles. They were leading KC 3-0, but the Royals with 5 in the 4th. Alex Gordon with a sharp single to score Rick Ankiel. It's 5-3 right now in the 6th. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Dave. And, of course, that's not with Buck Showalter on the bench. I don't believe he's due to take over until next week sometime. His first game, they say, will be Tuesday night at Camden Yards, as the new manager of the Baltimore Orioles, Juan Samuel, has been managing on an interim basis. Tony Sipp recorded the first 2 outs of this inning on 8 pitches. But it's gone the other way since. And now Granderson fouls it back. Joe Smith delivers, and that crossed up Santana.
He didn't even get leather
right on the knee.
He did not even get leather on that one. That went right off the knee and off that guard, and he is down. We've seen a lot of cross-ups, you know that, in the last week or so with these guys. I don't know exactly where it caught him. I'm sure we'll get a replay and get a look at it, but he doesn't get leather on it, I can tell you that. He was looking for the sinker. Right on the kneecap. Right on the kneecap. He was looking for that ball going away, and that ball had a slider, so they had a miscommunication.
And while those shin guards help a little, not when it's not a direct hit. Like that.
No, it's right on the kneecap. You better take that thing off if you're going to check his knee.
Let's listen to this. It sounded like it hit the bat. As loud as the sound of that made.
Well, if he's got a wooden leg, that's what it did hit. Because it sounded just like it.
Rick Jamison.
This has been
checking with Santana.
Ugly game for the Indians as far as pitching goes. They're lucky to even be in this game at 5-1. They give up 3 runs in this inning. And they have 2 hits, the solo home run and a single. They've got 3 walks in the inning, a hit batter. 10 walks on the day, a season high.
Santana trying to test it out. I don't know. He's going to strap it up and stay in there. Mitch Talbot left this game. The Indian starter pitched 2 innings tonight, but he left with a mid-back strain. He walked the bases loaded in the second inning, got out of it with a double play ball. Then he came out to try and start the third, but he gave up a hit and a walk, and that was it. And it's been bullpen by committee ever since. So a 2-1 count to Granderson with the bases loaded and 2 down. And that got fouled off of Santana. This one just off the hand and the chest protector, so he's just taking a beating back there.
Look at, he's shaking. He can't believe it. The left knee, left hand.
Right now he's saying, whose idea was it for me to play catcher?
He's probably leading off next inning, isn't he? No, he didn't. He made the last out. It's the 40th pitch this inning between Sipp and now Smith.
And that's outside. Full count. So the runners will again be moving on this 3-2 pitch. Jeter just walked on a 3-2 pitch. Granderson with a base hit to right field. Cervelli scores. Curtis comes home. Jeter goes to third. A 5-run 7th for New York. They lead it 7-1.
This is the 38th time that the Yankees have scored at least 4 runs in an inning.
Well, this
year.
This was only a matter of time. It's just amazing it took this long.
That's
with all
right.
the opportunities that the Indians provided them in this game.
That's exactly right. You knew, I mean, with all the base runners that they left 2 on in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 1 on in the 6th. And they're doing their cleanup here in the 7th. Again, it's another 7th inning uprising for the Yankees against the Indians this year. I would like to see how many runs that they've scored against the Indians in the 7th inning on the year, and I guarantee it's up there.
Mark Teixeira, who started this inning by flying out to deep left field. He narrowly missed hitting a home run and then fly to deep left. 3 balls, no strikes. This is unbelievable.
It's contagious.
There's Rodriguez, who's got a pretty good chance he's going to bat again in this inning.
He may hit 2 more times tonight.
That's ball 4, so he will bat again here in the 7th.
Don't laugh, because he might hit again this inning.
And the bases are reloaded. Rodriguez now for the 3rd time in the series will bat with the bases loaded. Struck out his first time up in a bases loaded situation. Drove in a run with a sacrifice fly earlier tonight in the 3rd inning with the bags juiced, and here he comes again.
They have scored. The Yankees have scored 20 runs in the 7th inning against the Indians this year, this being game number 8. 27 7th inning runs. And you may add on.
Rodriguez takes a strike outside corner.
It says the 3rd or 4th time in this series he's hit with the bases loaded, I think.
I just said it's the 3rd time.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
Line drive, base hit into center field. 1 run is in. Here comes Granderson. It's another 2-run single for New York in the inning. A 7-run 7th for the Yanks. 9-1 New York. The 12th man to bat in the inning will be Robinson Cano. And now there's a pretty good chance that we won't see Alex Rodriguez bat again.
A pretty good chance.
A strike called over the inside edge. Cano homered with 2 outs and nobody on base earlier in this inning. Bouncer to short. Cabrera goes to first, and thankfully the inning is over. A 7-run 7th for New York. David Robertson coming on now for New York. Dustin Mosley went 6 innings tonight. Made 83 pitches and allowed just 1 first-inning run. Austin Kearns looks at a ball inside. Kearns tonight drove in the only run of the game in the first with a sacrifice fly. He singled in the 4th. Right back off the mask of catcher Cervelli. Fastball strike. 2-2 the count. David Robertson ready with the 2-2. And Kearns fouls it straight back. Browns preseason football returns to Channel 3 on Saturday, August 14th. Get your first look at new quarterback Jake Delhomme and all the Browns draft picks as they take on Green Bay at Lambeau Field. Browns-Packers Saturday, August 14th at 8, only on Channel 3, your official Cleveland Browns station. Well, that's 2 weeks from this Saturday already.
Yeah, I mean, August is coming, pal. Right around in a couple days. Look at, he's ready.
Seriously, what possesses a guy to bring that to the ball?
It looks like he's had it for years.
He might have been doing some tackling drills in the parking lot.
Tailgating.
Kearns out on strikes, 1 down. Well, what do you say we pause and let stations identify themselves? You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning here at Progressive Field as Matt Laporta digs in 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts. With as gassed as the Indians bullpen may be, I was just thinking, did you see the highlights? Was it 2 nights ago? Joe Inglet came into a game and pitched the last inning.
He's not still with Toronto, is he?
No, I think he was in Milwaukee.
Oh, okay. I did not see that.
He pitched, got the last couple outs.
Was that against Cincinnati?
I don't remember.
I didn't see it. Joe Inglet.
I just remember thinking, there's Joe Inglet on the mound.
That happens a couple times throughout the course of the year where you have to have a position player go out and finish it out where you can't burn out anybody else.
The 1-1 swung on and missed.
Well, that makes tomorrow's start in Toronto for, let's see, who's going to start. Justin Masterson, very big. They need some innings from him.
The 1-2 delivery is down low. Robertson's 2-2 pitch to Matt Laporta is again in the dirt. Full count. $34,455. Our biggest crowd of the 4-game series. I think we had a pretty good walk-up crowd with the weather really cooperating here tonight. Laporta rolls it to second. And Cano throws him out 2 down. Let's take a look at our Miller greatness moment. And for that, we go back to Bill Selby's moment in the sunlight of Mariano Rivera. I mean, that's just one of those deals where Mariano Rivera, of all people, facing Bill Selby. And Selby had just fouled one off deep down the right side. And then Selby came back and got him. They tell us we did have a walk-up crowd tonight of over 5,000.
Very good.
Jason Nix 0 for 2. Looks at a 1-1 pitch. It's down low. Now the 2-1 to Jason Nix. Now tipped it into the glove of Cervelli, and it evens the count. Got him looking, and the inning is over. Robertson sets him down 1-2-3. And we go to the 8th. 9-1 New York. Nine-1, New York leads it as we go to the 8th inning here at Progressive Field. This is one of those games where when Mitch Talbot had to leave at the start of the 3rd inning, you kind of had the feeling then it's like, oh, this is not going to be good.
I know.
I mean, second night in a row, you're into your bullpen, but Rafael Perez, Frank Herman, those guys did a terrific job. But then all of a sudden, the wheels fell off for Tony Sipp and Joe Smith.
Well, I think Herman's on the line for the loss here, isn't he? He gave up the run. Sipp gave up the base hit that Herman's run was out there.
And Sipp's on the hook for 3. Smith gave up 4.
Right. And Tony Sipp had a miserable year against the Yankees. The Yankees have scored 22 runs this year against the Indians in the 7th inning.
Saw Chris Jimenez taking over behind the plate. Carlos Santana took that foul ball off the kneecap with a shin guard on, but he's going to sit the rest of this one out. Nick Swisher launches this one deep to right and off the wall. And then it caroms past Chu. And Swisher will stroll into second base with a leadoff double. But when you look at this game, where this one had really got away from the Indians was the walks. And early in the game, they were able to somehow get away with it. And Talbot walked the bases loaded in the second and got out of the jam. There were 2 walks in the third. Only 1 run scored that inning. But the Indians have walked 11 batters tonight. The last time they walked a dozen in a 9-inning game, according to our buddy John Krepop, was July 8th, 1990.
Wow.
Against Oakland.
Well, you put that 11 walks and 9 hits. That's 20 base runners, and they hit a guy as well.
And 1 reach
and
by
one error, right. So they have had their share of runners. You knew it was just a matter of time.
In that 7th inning alone, there were 4 hits, 4 walks, and the hit batter. That's how you score 7 runs. Down low. Brett Gardner has walked 3 times tonight. Also has a bunt single, and he has scored a couple of runs. But he gets the rest of this one off with Marcus Thames batting here.
Well, the Yankees will head south. They go down and play the Rays. So that'll be a good weekend series.
Yeah, I mean, they are already excited in Tampa. 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, struck him out. You know, the stronghold that Tampa is for Yankee fans, so that place will be up for grabs.
Well, yeah, the Yankees training right there in Tampa. Weren't we told that they are allowed, they have radio rights in the Tampa area for Yankees ball games?
I believe they are, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like unheard of.
Plus, I mean, the Steinbrenner family over the years has donated so much money in that Tampa area, and I think they've had schools named after them. And yeah, it's a big Yankee stronghold, no question about it. Outside to Cervelli. Just Todd fires. It's outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Cervelli takes a strike. It's 2-1. Breaking ball in, 2-2. Todd's 2-2 pitch. Struck him out looking.
Man,
2 down.
Looking for. He took 3 in a row.
He says, come on to the umpire. It's 9-1, Francisco. Let's go.
Swing the bat.
Colin Curtis will bat with 2 down and a runner at second base. Curtis singled and scored in the third. He has struck out, flied out, been hit by a pitch, and scored a run since. And Jess Todd misses down low. This is still only the 8th inning.
Yeah, which. And he's sitting there taking pitches like he's working the count.
I know what you're thinking. Base hit in the right field. Swisher is going to get the stop sign at third.
And guess what?
There's a real good chance.
A-Rod's going to hit
yes,
again.
Yes, he is.
He's going to hit the 9th for the 6th time.
Unbelievable. At least.
Unless someone gets picked off or they try to steal.
The way this game's gone, who knows? He might bat in this inning. Derek Jeter was lifted, so this will be Ramiro Pena. Pitches outside. Ramiro Pena with a hit in 4 of his last 6 starting assignments. He was an 8th inning defensive replacement last night. At the knees, a called strike. Last year, Ramiro Pena made the Yankees opening day roster. He was the first Yankee position player without experience above the AA level to make their opening day roster since Scott Siebel in 2001.
I don't even remember that name, Scott Siebel.
There's a big bouncer wide of first.
Did you ever?
No.
I've never heard of him. That'd be a tough opening day, not lineup per se, but roster to make. You're just playing in AA.
The way this game's going, pal, before it's over, you're going to know everything you ever wanted to know about Scott Siebel.
I know what you're saying.
I'm looking him up right now. He was born in Pennsylvania in 1975.
Yeah, he played 1 game in 2001.
The 2-2 to Pena. Low, full count. Born in McKeesport, Pennsylvania.
You'd be able to tell me what he hit in high school?
He said he DH'd in 1 game. I don't even think he got a plate appearance, though. Let me see. He was an 88th round pick. That can't be right. There's a drive down into the right field corner.
They don't even have 88 rounds.
Maybe back then they did. I don't know. Remember, there was a time where they had unlimited. They just drafted until
people passed out.
Exactly. Until they said, "Uncle, I'm going home."
I'll take that kid and that. Who's left on the board?
We'll take them all. We're the Yankees. Scott Siebel ended up playing a little bit with St. Louis, 59 games with the Cardinals in 05.
Redbird should have known that.
Scott, we're not laughing at you at this point. There's a base hit up the middle. Swisher scores. Curtis to third. And Ramiro Pena makes it 10-1 New York. Jack Efta getting those baseballs ready again in case Rodriguez comes up.
He's probably thrilled that they're leaving town. That'd take him. He may have to go file for unemployment after they leave. He won't have any work to do out there.
Well, by the way, in case you were wondering, in the 88th round of the 1996 draft, Scott Siebel was the 1,718th overall player selected.
Wow.
But he made an opening day roster with the Yankees, so that's saying something. Hey, there were only 2 players drafted in the 88th round, according to this.
I'm afraid to ask who the other one was.
Shannon Loven of the Rays, who did not pan out, I don't believe. Oh, my. Swung on and missed. Curtis Granderson. And then we've got Juan Miranda on deck. Fouled it over and off the facing of the Yankee dugout. The 2-2 is outside. .25 pitch inning for Jess Todd.
7 straight of 20 plus. It's been one of those nights.
We got to be closing in on 200, huh? Runner goes, fouled away.
Oh, I would absolutely.
We may have zoomed past 200 pitches. 211. 212. And counting. The 3-2 pitch. Ball 4.
There's your walk, 1990.
Walk. And that's the first time since 1990 that the Indians have had a dozen walks in a game, and that came against the Oakland A's. July 8th, 1990 against Oakland. Indians had a dozen walks. Juan Miranda's first at bat tonight, and he takes a strike. Is this the fifth or sixth time they've had the bases loaded? Kind of lost track here.
Well,
there's a ball slugged into right field. 1 run will score, and they're just telling everybody to stop now. 1 base at a time. And as I said to you before, here's Alex Rodriguez. He's going to bat here in the 8th inning.
Again with the bases loaded. How about that?
3rd time tonight. It is an 11-1 ball game. And Alex Rodriguez will bat with the bases filled and 2 down.
6th time tonight he's going to have an opportunity.
He's walked, drove in a run with a sac fly, lined out, grounded out, 2-run single. Jess Todd delivers. Over the outside edge. A-Rod doesn't like the call. Todd delivers. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. A 31 pitch inning and counting for Jess Todd.
We still got another inning to go, so we may see a position player out there before too long.
Bouncing ball foul wide of 3rd. And the count is 1-2. Romero Pena is at 3rd. Curtis Granderson at 2nd. Juan Miranda at 1st. Alex Rodriguez down on the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Way outside, 2-2.
You know, let me ask you something. When you get those flashes from like the bleachers, do they have zoom in things where they'll be able to pick up a guy down near home plate?
I mean, you'd have to have a pretty high-powered camera
That's
to
what
get
I'm
anything.
thinking, but these are, I think, are people with their little phones or something.
Yeah.
They can't be cameras.
Just recording their little piece of history. The 2-2. Got him! Jess Todd strikes out Rodriguez with the bases loaded to end the inning. But it's 11-1 New York. the 8th inning here at Progressive Field.
Chan Ho Park coming on for the Yankees, occurring for the 27th time. So Robertson won his inning. Here comes Chan Ho Park. Yankees lead it 11-1.
Shelley Duncan leads off and takes a strike. Duncan walked in the 2nd inning, struck out in the 5th. Here he is up for the 3rd time tonight. And Rodriguez just came to the plate for the 6th time in the game. Duncan launches one out of play. Tribe lost a heartbreaker Monday night, 3-2. Came back and won 4-1 Tuesday night. But these last two have not been pretty. Up high. Parks 2-2 pitch. Got him. Let's show you the defensive changes now for the Yankees. Juan Miranda is now at first base. Ramiro Pena is taken over at short. Marcus Thames is in left. A strike called to Luis Valbuena, who is 0 for 2 tonight. Big curveball. 0-2. Parks 1-2 pitch, and Valbuena ground ball to first. 2 down. Trevor Crowe bat for the 4th time tonight. He's 1 for 3 with a double that came back in the 1st inning. I'm not sure if they would use Park for a 2nd inning of relief here, but should he retire Crowe, be nice to see him come back for the 9th just to match him up against Shin-Soo Choo.
Well, that's true. They were looking for that that matchup in this series.
Choo told me he faced him in the spring training one time, I think, but not in a regular season game. The 2-0 pitch is right in there for a strike. 2-1. Wide of the mark. 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 down, bases empty. Here in the bottom of the 8th. Indians are off to Toronto after the ball game tonight. 3-game series against the Jays starts tomorrow night in the Rogers Center. I can't remember the last time you and I were up there and saw a ball game with the roof open, but we might have a chance this year.
It looks like it, yeah. Didn't we start with it open recently and then they closed it?
It might have been a game last year where we had that, yeah. The 3-2 pitch. A couple of day games, though, over the weekend. A Saturday 1 o'clock game and a Sunday 1 o'clock game as well. Don't get many Saturday day games anymore.
That's true. You do not.
And the payoff pitch. Ground ball. Diving stop by Miranda. Flip to first, and Park tagged the bag to end the inning. Tribe goes 1, 2, 3, and we go to the ninth. 11-1 New York. Is on the hill for the Tribe.
Going from the stretch.
Trying to help that bullpen. Marte's just going to try to log an inning of work here in the ninth.
He's got to find. Now he's going from the windup. Oh, no, back to the stretch. Look at the pitchers are getting a chuckle out of it. But, hey, we knew it was going to happen. He's just got to find his arm slot. It may take a few pitches. Yeah, I'll bet he was back in the cages and throwing.
Now he's
off
going
the
into the
mound.
windup.
Yeah, got to go from the windup.
Oh, maybe not.
No, let's go to the stretch.
Maybe this wasn't
as a hitter,
such a good idea.
No, it'll be fine once he finds his arm slot. He's staying in the full windup. I mean, it's going to take a few pitches to do it. I mean, think about it. There you go. Not an easy thing to do, mind you. There's a laugh from CC. Hey, sometimes you have to do it. That goes to show you how important tomorrow night's game is going to be for Justin Masterson. He's going to have to give you some innings because that bullpen is fried. There you go. He coming back.
Full count.
I'll tell you what, watch out if he has a 1, 2, 3 inning. We may have found a secret weapon.
Don't count your chickens. The 3-2 pitch.
Look at that.
And a ground ball to second on
boy.
one hop. Valbuena throws him out.
What a boy.
Nick Swisher will be the batter. It's kind of an odd spot to be in. You know, if you're the Indians, you want to kind of laugh and chuckle, but at the other end, you're down 11-1.
No,
so.
it's, you know what? It's one of those games. It's a laugher. Hey, it's embarrassing. I mean, you're getting beat up. It could be worse, and pitching wise, with your starter going out because he was hurt, The bullpen had to work hard last night. They were fried today. It's just one of those games.
Remember Tim Laker back in 04?
I do remember that.
I do too.
Look at this. Let's go, Big Marte.
He found his arm slot, as you were talking about.
I mean, it's, you know, you got to go out there if you're pitching it and take it seriously, because it's no joke. I mean, these are major league hitters. These guys can sit and laugh saying, God, it's not that easy. But Andy Marte is dealing.
Strikes out Nick Swisher.
How about that?
2 down.
Yes, indeed.
Even Nick Swisher has to smile.
Look at that. I'll tell you, good for him. You don't think this is going to be our McDonald's? I'm loving it. This is great. Murph, you saved it for the right time. Andy Marte comes down, and I mean, he gets Swisher to swing and miss. You don't think he's going to take some abuse?
Nick Swisher. One thing about Swisher, he plays the game with that great enthusiasm, not afraid to laugh at himself. I mean, he plays it with intensity, don't get me wrong, but he's not afraid to take a poke at himself either.
No, he's not. That Marte had thrown 6 straight strikes. I had to get that in there, but I had to serve a 2-game suspension from Tommy.
Oh, even Marcus Timms with a big smile as he
look at the smirk. They're taking abuse over there. They're on their step. They want to see him go down.
It looked like he had some pretty good movement
on that
pitch.
Look at the crowd's up for Marte. The big Saguaro's getting after it.
His highlight as an Indian. Liner to third, he got him. And for only the second time tonight, the Yankees go 1-2-3. Andy Marte with a perfect inning of relief.
That is great.
Look at him talking about, like, I had good movement. I had some good sinking action there.
Well, it was funny because I saw Cano looking into the dugout in between innings, and Marte was sitting down there, and they were chirping at each other. That was good stuff right there.
Well, on a night where there hasn't been much to smile about for the Indians.
That picked me up right there, watching them go out there and have a 1-2-3 inning. That was beautiful.
Now we go to the bottom of the ninth, and it's going to be Asdrubal Cabrera, Shin-Soo Choo, and Carlos Santana. And Chan-Ho Park stays in there. So we will get a chance to see the Park-Choo matchup. One ball, one strike. Down low.
I remember Mark Whitten pitched against Oakland.
Yes.
Did he strike out 3 guys? Do you remember?
That I don't remember.
He did. He struck out 3 guys that he faced.
Oh, I was thinking you meant he like 1, 2, 3 struck out the side. But he did strike out 3 guys. I remember he pitched.
Yeah. It was one of those games where, well, he had a terrific arm.
Yeah.
Well, here's your matchup we've been looking for.
Yes, sir. Shin-Soo Choo and Chan-Ho Park. And Park over the outside corner for a called strike. Now the 0-1 delivery. Just missed the inside corner. He was shooting for it. Big breaking ball, and Choo was trying to turn it around, fouling it off. Chan-Ho Park with a 1-2 to Choo. And it's fouled right back. Up high, 2 balls, 2 strikes. With 1 down here in the bottom of the 9th. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Chris Jimenez will get his first at bat of the night. He came on for Carlos Santana. That ball sailed inside. And it's 2-0 for Jimenez. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Well, he's fallen behind 3-0. Austin Kearns would be next. He walked him. Austin Kearns is a 1 for 2. Drove in the only run of the game for the Tribe way back in the first on a sac fly. Almost sounded like it hit him, didn't it? Now Park sets the 1-0 pitch, and it's down low, 2-0. All of a sudden, Austin Kearns is sitting in a situation where he might not have to swing the bat. Chan-Ho Park has made 30 pitches, 15 balls, 15 strikes. off the glove. It's 3-0, and down to second goes Chris Jimenez. This is going to be one of those
never-ending games.
Well, no, I was just thinking about, we were talking earlier, the last time the Indians walked 12 in a game was 1990.
Right.
So the next time this comes up and we go, remember that game, what we're going to say is that's the game Andy Marte pitched, and he was the only pitcher to not walk a batter in that game for the Indians.
How about that? Isn't that something? Yeah, okay, you're exactly right. We will remember that.
Now the 3-0. It's ball 4. Back-to-back 2-out walks here in the ninth. And Matt Laporta will be the batter. Matt Laporta 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts tonight. With 2 down, he looks at a ball down low. Boy, what has happened at Chan-Ho Park with 2 outs? And the base is empty in the bottom of the ninth.
He just can't throw a strike.
He's lost it. And Joe Girardi doesn't want to have to get anybody up in the bullpen now. He comes back, gets a strike, it's 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. A ball and 2 strikes. Two on, 2 out. Bottom of the ninth. Indians down 11-1, and Laporta shoots it back, stays alive. Those who remain waiting for the final out. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I know they are.
Here's the 1-2. Up and in. Almost got him.
Yeah, he has totally lost control and feel in this inning.
And the 2-2. Ball 3. It's a full count. What a crazy game this has been. This is the 375th pitch of this ball game here tonight. So the runners will take off on this 3-2 pitch to Laporta. Was time called?
Time out.
Oh, it would have been ball 4 too, but time was called. Laporta apparently asked for it and was granted timeout.
No pitch.
Chan-Ho Park's 25th pitch of this bottom half of the ninth inning. Again, the runners will take off. And Laporta fouls it over the top of the Yankee dugout into the crowd. And he stays alive. Runners back to their bags. CC Sabathia, who the Indians beat earlier in this series for their only win. One more time, the runners are off, and the 3-2 is a ground ball, single into left field. Coming around third, Jimenez scores. It's an 11-2 ball game. And now Dave, no, this is, is this Dave Island and the trainer are going out. So something may be wrong with Chan-Ho Park. I could read his lips. Gene Monahan, the trainer, was saying, "Are you sure nothing wrong?" He said he was fine. So the Indians are still batting here in this bottom of the ninth inning with 2 on, 2 out, and a run in. Jason Nix 0 for 3 is the batter. And he takes a first pitch strike. Nix has struck out twice tonight. Park delivers, and it's fouled into the seats. 0-2 the count. The 2-strike offering is grounded to third, backhanded. Long throw to first. He throw it up the line and into the seats, and the Indians are going to get another run. Marcus Timms spun around, maybe thinking he was still playing the outfield, and missed his target by a ton.
Well, he got underneath that ball, and that thing just took off. No chance for Miranda at first base. See him get underneath there, and oh boy. I want to see, is it a flat-out error? Is it a base hit and an error? Base hit and an error.
11-3. And Shelley Duncan fouls one up the third base side. Shelley Duncan with runners at second and third and 2 down. Ball gets away. Another run's going to come home and score for the Indians. It's 11-4. While we have a brief moment, let's pause for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you to the bitter end here at Progressive Field. The 1-1 is low and away, 2 balls and a strike. We've got to be closing in on 400 pitches now. Runner at third, 2 down. 2-1 count on Shelley Duncan. Too high, 3-1. Luis Valbuena would be next. Chan-Ho Park, his 48th pitch since he came on in the 8th inning, is ball 4.
Holy smokes, this has been an unbelievable inning.
3 runs in here in the 9th. Runners first and third. And the Yankees have to have activity in their bullpen. Left-hander Boone Logan will get up and get loose. Luis Valbuena 0 for 3 tonight. All of this started when Andy Marte came out and set the side down 1-2-3 in the top half of the 9th inning.
That's right. That was the key.
The spark plug.
They ought to have kept him in there to hit, too.
Chan-Ho Park retired the Indians 1-2-3 in the 8th inning and had the first 2 outs here in the 9th. Since then, it's been a train wreck, and this will be his 50th pitch of the night. Valbuena with a high fly ball. Deep right center field. Back is Swisher and makes the catch to end the game. Not a thing of beauty. But the Yankees will take the win. They get it 11-4 here tonight. And they take 3 out of 4 to win the series against the Indians. With that victory, New York goes to 65-36. Tribe drops to 42-60. Dustin Mosley gets his first win. And Frank Herman drops this decision for the Cleveland Indians. Time now for our play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank, banking home of your Cleveland Indians.
Well, we got to look at the 9th inning. This was, I'll tell you what, it made my day looking at Andy Marte going out there. He strikes out Nick Swisher. How about that? Some high gas. I think they had that marked at about 99 coming off the arm of Andy Marte. That's going to be our KeyBank key play of the game. And he liked it, too. Look at that. Carmona giving him a high five.
Why not? That was the highlight of the night for the Tribe, indeed. For those of you watching here on Channel 3, stay tuned. Channel 3 News at 11 is next. For those of you watching on Sports Time Ohio, the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car postgame show is straight ahead.